Okay, so welcome back, and we're finally able to go into the sculpting now for this creature. And first things we need to do really is export all the pieces over into ZBrush. Now what I've done, I've actually gone around and exported them prior to doing this, but for argument's sake and for the sake of the tutorial, I'm just going to quickly show you how to export an OBJ out. I'm sure many of you are very aware of how to do it, but for those of you who aren't entirely sure, let's do that now. So we're going to export a selection. Okay, so we're going to go File, Export Selection, go to the menu set. Okay, and you've got the little drop down here, so just choose OBJ Export, and to keep everything clean, just turn everything off in the specific options. Okay, for the file type, then Export Selection, and this is going to be the creature body, and we'll overwrite the file that I've already done and export that out, say yes, and that's done, and that's all you have to do. Now the OBJ file format is useful, well, is pretty much the thing that is the file that you would use when using ZBrush. Also Mudbox as well. So let's head on over to ZBrush, and here we are. So first thing we want to do is import one of our meshes, so I'm just going to go and find that. Okay, and OBJ, so let's grab the creature body, like so, and we're going to draw him down on the canvas, hit T, okay, and he's in there already, ready to go. Okay, so let's hit F, just to frame that up, and then what we're going to do, go to Subtool, going to go to the Append button, okay, select one of the poly meshes in there, select its subtool layer, and import creature eyes. Okay, so they're now in. Okay, do the same again for the rest of the objects. So we're going to go to Append, select the layer, import, bring in the horn. Okay, there we go, done. So let's just quickly whiz through the rest of those. So that's the teeth. And the upper teeth. And we'll append those. There we go. Select the layer, import, and the tongue. So we're good to go. Okay, and what we need to do is select the layer. Okay, so I'm going to hit P to give us a perspective mode, or a better perspective than the one that the ZBrush tends to sort of give you from a default point of view, which will look like this. It's more of a sort of perspective orthographic view, but if you just hit P, you get a better view, more of a sort of a Maya sort of thing. Okay, so for this particular chapter, what I'm going to do is actually just sort of bulk out the creature a little bit more in areas, and see how we go. So let's crack on with that. So what I'm going to use is the standard brush, and I'm just going to use the freehand tool, no alphas or anything like that, and then we're going to just do one division, okay, for the subdivision, and let's just go down to geometry. So just down here we've got our subdivision levels, and this is now on subdivision level 2, which is absolutely fine for what we need for this particular part. So without further ado, let's get going. So I'm going to hit X on the keyboard to give me the X symmetry. Let's just show you that so you can see the other side being done like that. So I'm just going to undo that because I don't want it that strong. Okay, so now I'm going to go and grab lazy mouse, make sure that's all there. Okay, I'm going to drop the intensity down to about 17 because the default seems to be at 25 in ZBrush, and we're going to take the brush down. Okay, and we're just going to start to give this guy a bit more sort of form and stuff like that. And what we can do when this is done as well, we can actually use this as a base mesh. I beg your pardon, getting a bit tongue twisted there. So if I just show you, if we come back down to our level 1 subdivision, you can see the form already there in the subdivision level 1 or our base mesh that we've just brought in. So I'm just going to go back up. Okay. And I'm going to hit local. And what that's going to do, wherever I brush on the actual model, that's going to set the pivot point in that area. So that's pretty cool. So I'm just going to go around and start to bulk this guy up a bit. I've recently, just to sort of give you an idea what I've been up to, I've recently been doing a lot of mudbox work, and to be honest, I'm actually, I don't mind it, but I actually prefer the ZBrush sort of mentality of working. I know a lot of people tend to get a bit phased by the ZBrush interface, but I've been using it since version 2, and to be quite honest with you, I don't find it a problem at all. But I think the majority of people like Mudbox just because the control and the sort of the interface is a big similarity to that and Maya, so which is fair enough. Okay, so let's just smooth that out. I'm just holding the shift key down just to give us the smooth brush, as you can see there. Okay, and just going to bulk that out a little bit more there. Okay, so that's all good. Okay, just going to hit F and just smooth that out just a tiny bit. I'm just being really loose with this because there's no need to really be nitty gritty. Let's take the brush size down and just zoom in there. What I think we'll do is actually give it another subdivision level. Now let's just get a bit more bulk on this guy. And just so what I want to do is add some flesh sort of areas around the legs, stuff like that. You know, very similar to the elephants and stuff that we have here on our photo reference. I don't mean actually here while I'm doing this. So okay, so that's pretty cool. And one thing I do want to do is get this more of a sort of a jawline under here as well. Whoops. I'm just going to hold the Alt key in so that then indents the mesh like so. There we go. So that's okay. And then what I want to do as well is just zoom in to the head and just start to sharpen those features up a little bit as well. Again, I've been really loose with this, you know, there's no need to be super precise. This is an organic model as well, so the more organic we can keep it, the better I think it's going to look at the end of the day. And what we can do as well, we can use the move tool and just move things around just a little bit and just keep checking those in with the actual base mesh as well at subdivision level 1 just to make sure everything's going okay. Okay, so let's jump back to our standard brush like so. And again, just using the Alt key there. Just going to hit F just to zoom out, see how we're doing. Turn off local. so that's going quite well. Okay, so start to just bulk out the area on the tail there and on the back. Yeah, nothing too drastic. Let's go to 11 there on the pressure, or the intensity, whatever you want to call it. Okay, like so. Okay, so let's just there we go. So sort of like a slowly but surely build up with this type of work. Some people just tend to subdivide and then jump straight in and go start hammering out a heck of a lot of detail and stuff like that, but I think in the long run it can be a bit sort of destructive, despite the fact that you can have layers and all that kind of thing. So I'm one of these sort of people that would rather just build it up, just keep checking the model and go from there, you know. So let's have a look, that's okay. So I'm just going to zoom in to the face a bit more. Let's take our brush size down and start to do a bit more here. Okay. Right, so I think let's just nip in there and just have a look at these sort of teeth sockets. Okay, so start to bulk out these areas a bit as well, and what I may do is actually start to subdivide again. So we're going to go up another level. Okay, so Control D. Okay, and we've gone up another level now. So we're on subdivision level 3, and we are using 101,000 polys. So you know we're doing all right. So look there. Sorry about that, just jumping around a little bit. Okay, so what we're going to do, start to again, I'm being really loose with this, just starting to bulk it out even more. Okay, like so. Let's just zoom in. Okay. Let's just crank up the intensity just a bit more. Just going to take off the X symmetry just to give us a little bit of difference towards the front. So otherwise, if we do sort of end up doing a shot of the creature from the front, it's going to look very symmetrical, left and right hand side. So just going to sort of put in some asymmetrical kind of detail. Well, I say detail, some blocking. And we'll do the same on the front of the face here. So let's just nip around here, just do some bits on this part as well. So all I'm using, very simple brush, nothing complicated, it's just the standard brush with ZAdd, which is the command to sort of make the surface come out, whereas if it was Z sub it would push the surface in like so. So we're on ZAdd because we're pulling the surface out, giving ourselves a bit more form on our creature. Okay, so I'm just going to bulk up the nostrils just a little bit here. It's just looking a little bit thin, just going to smooth it out as well. Again, using the shift key to bring up the smooth brush. You can see there it goes blue, purpley blue colour. Okay, let's just smooth that a little bit more there. There we go, that's better. Okay. So again, just going to make this all a bit more lumpy and bumpy. I'm going to bring X back on for the symmetry. Okay. There we go, so that's getting there. So I'm just going to press the Alt key down so we can now sort of on the fly use the Z sub brush or the deformation. There we go, so that's better. And let's just zoom around here. Again, this is all just blocking at the moment. There we go. Okay, so let's head on more now to the body. Okay. Again, I'm being really loose with this stuff. Nothing super precise, because we've got a whole load of skin leather alphas and stuff that we're going to be adding to this guy in the next chapter or two after this. Let's just zoom out. Let's just have a look, see where we're at. Hit F on the keyboard to do that. Okay, so looking pretty good. Okay, good. Let's take that down. Let's just remove that last piece. Okay. And just sort of make the small definition that is the backbone there and the shoulders. Okay. so just going to start. This is really fleshing out quite well now. Okay, that's very, very quick. So we're at this point, I would say around 20-25 minutes, I would say we're at. So you can see how quick you can block this stuff out, you know, in no time at all. I mean, I know we're still at a very, very sort of low resolution for the model at the moment, but you can see the shape that's going on, you know, while we just block in all these little bits of detail and stuff out. Okay. Okay, so let's do that. And again, it's really random, you know, very, very loose, keeping it. Let's just crank that back up a little bit more. Okay, and then we'll start to add the extra stuff now. There we go, so it's all coming together there, that's nice. Now just going around doing this. There we go. Okay. Okay, there we go. And then just increase the brush size. And we'll just bring up a little bit more of the back there. Let's have a look. That's better. Okay, so that's all looking pretty good. So now we can start a little bit of work. Let's take that back, that's better. On the shoulders and stuff. Just going to increase the brush size. Okay. Let's take that back up. Smooth that out ever so slightly, just a few little dinks here and there, and then taking this back down, and what we can do, bring that diameter of the brush right down, and then just start to look at all this lovely stuff around here. Let's just smooth that out, a bit of a lump there. Okay, there we go, so this is all better. Make this guy really kind of saggy looking. Big old beast of burden type character. There we go. And then let's zoom in on here around the foot. The other thing as well that I like about ZBrush as opposed to the other sculpting software is that it's got so much control in there, and you're given a hell of a lot of choice in terms of brushes and ways to go about stuff. But for me, the irony in that is that as much as that is really cool, I'm just using the standard brush, and you know, the result and what you're able to achieve with just that one brush is absolutely superb. You know, I don't really use a lot of these brushes. You know, I have no need for them whatsoever. I probably use the smooth, probably one of the chisel ones, you know, rake, and various other ones, and inflate, and not very much more than that. But you know, used in conjunction with the alphas and stuff like that, you know, the results, you know, you can get some really cool results. And just looking over on one of the ZBrush forums, you know, seeing some of the work over there is absolutely outstanding. And but as I'm saying, I feel the control within ZBrush's sculpting is to me far superior. If I had to make one gripe about ZBrush, is the fact that the colour, you know, doing the texturing and stuff, I still don't think it's as good as you know, software like Mudbox, like that. I think it just falters ever so slightly because of that factor. But the rest of it is absolutely killer, and you know, it's great. Okay, so let's have a look at that leg, see how we're doing. So yeah, it's getting there. We've got a few wrinkles going on in here. So I'll give it an ankle type effect, and you know, all this stuff around here. Let's just crease all this up. Okay, so that's pretty cool there as well. Okay, so keeping it all loose still, pretty good. And let's start to work on the body a bit more, just around here. Okay, so just start to bring all this shoulder and stuff around. Let's make this a bit more saggier skin in this area, and the same with here as well. Let's just bring that down. Okay, great. And just bring all the fleshy stuff from this sort of like ribbed area just under here. So there's a real kind of stretching sort of feeling going on there with the bulk of that belly. Okay. There we go. So let's just head on up to the top here. Let's have a look. Okay. Okay, so let's do the other leg. And let's get all this working around here. Again, just a little bit of bagginess on the skin. Okay. So that's all good. Let's just bulk out the back of this knee a bit more. Looking a little bit flat there. In fact, what we can do is just move it as well, and just give it a quick smooth. Okay, like so. Then jump back on to our sculpting. Okay. Okay, so that's good there. And let's just get a little bit of sort of form, a few creases, sort of rough creases, as you can see with the rest of it, you know. Let's just flatten that back. In fact, let's okay. Let's just bulk that out just a little bit. And with the move tool, I'm just going to sort of liven that up. Okay, so it's all nice and even there now. Just going to smooth it out just a bit more. Okay, there we go. Back to our standard brush. Just going to hit F, have a look. Okay. And zoom into the foot. Okay, that's all good, it's looking good there. And let's just try and keep all this meaty stuff around here just looking a little bit too saggy. Okay, that's better. Right. Let's just check these toes. Okay, let's just add a few dinks and stuff there. Okay. Right. So let's get on the underside here. Let's just have a look. And let's just head on down towards the neck first. Okay. just sort of go in, sharpen the jaw just a little bit more, and get a nice little bit of a dent in the front portion there. Whoops, that's too much. Okay. Okay, so back down to a smaller brush. Take off X symmetry. Okay. Okay, so we're nearly done with this. So once we've reached the end of the tail here, what I'll do is we'll pause there, and then we'll come back and carry on. So it's all beginning to take shape really, really well. Just a few little dinks there onto the tail. Okay, so just want to put in just a couple of little more pieces on here. And I think what we can do, if we frame that up, and our creature is starting to take some seriously good shape. So what we'll do, we'll call it a day there, and we'll come straight back and we'll carry on. So I shall see you very, very shortly. Cheers for now. Okay, so just carrying on from where we left off, we're going to up-res it a bit more, our model. So we're probably, what are we looking at, 407,000 polys. So I think, let's have a look. So maybe go up another level, I think. Let's try that. Let's wait for that to catch up. There we go. So what are we looking at now? Let's have a look. If it's going to show us. So we've got .6 million polys, okay, in there now. So what we're going to do is we're going to start to sharpen things up. So what I will do is actually drop down to level 4, okay, and we'll just carry on bulking and making things a little bit better as well. So let's just bring that back. So let's hit X on the keyboard so we bring up our symmetry. You can see the cursor just on the other side there. And let's crack on. Just going to go out to lazy mouse, make sure that's okay, lazy smooth. Let's see how smooth we can get that. That's better. Okay, so just adding the extra bulk and stuff here now. Let's just get this all looking as best we can. Let's just smooth that out. There we go. So as you can see, the effect is much better now. Let's just take down the brush size. There we go. Okay, so something like that, and then we'll just bring in the vertebrae for the back there. There we go. That's looking better. There we go. So let's zoom out, just have a look. That's more like it. And now just start to do these edges. There we go. Okay, so let's just zoom out a little bit. I think what we can do is actually just smooth back just a tiny bit on there. Okay, like so. And then back to bulking up and stuff. So let's just turn that lazy mouse off now. And I'm just going around now, just sort of adding the extra sort of lumps and bumps, and around here as well. Let's just zoom in a bit better there. Okay, so let's just undo those. Okay, so so just start to bring these lines out as well, and just smooth that off a little bit as well. And then there we go, so start to add those creases and stuff on that leg there now. There we go. There we go. Just push that back in ever so slightly. That one's done. Good. And then just bring that round. Okay, so I'm just going to pop this on again. Okay. And although we're sticking all these forms and things on, we do need to do it because the sort of the skin texture of it alone won't help at all because the detail is too fine. So it's good to just add the extra form and stuff. So let's just bulk that right up. And the back one as well. Okay, that's better. Yep. A little bit lumpy in there. Let's just take that down. There we go, that's better. There we go. Okay, so that leg is pretty good. There we go, that's better. So I'm just checking some of the reference I've got here of elephants and stuff. Just make that one go all the way out there. Okay. Another one just run into there. Okay. Let's just zoom out. Okay, right, let's just go up to here. And start to put in the extra vertebrae on the back now. Although it looks a little bit uniform at the moment, once we get the alpha brushes on, should make a bigger difference. So let's just keep this going. Do a little couple of random ones as well. I've got that tight bit of skin going on. Okay. Right. Okay. There we go. Let's just take that back. Okay. Okay. Right, so that's that part done there. So let's just zoom in on here. So okay, so just really more of the same, just sort of getting it all together. There we go. So it's starting to look really kind of fleshy and baggy and stuff all over really at the moment, which is good because it's what I was going for. Okay, so let's concentrate on the legs at the back here, I think, at the moment. And I'm just going to quickly flick through our elephant reference that I've had open, so you can see all this nice sort of fleshy stuff going on. It's very bulky as well, so that's a good picture. So look, we've got all this sort of meat just on here, and the way that shoulder sort of, or the back area sort of flattens out there, which is great. There we go, and again we've got this sort of bagginess going on the front of the leg there. So okay, so let's carry on. So what do we got? So let's have a look. Okay. Right. So just start to scoop some detail in and around here. Okay. So I do apologise if there's a silence, it's just I'm getting this done. So that's better. Looks much nicer now. That's better. Good. Just getting that sort of fleshiness in and around those areas. And just do the inside there. There we go. Okay. Okay. Right, so just going to smooth a couple of little bits out there. I'm not happy with those, or that one there, so let's try and get those wrinkles to stand out a bit better. Okay, there we go. Okay, good. Let's just hit F. Okay, so let's start to bulk out this a bit more as well. Okay, good. Right, that's working well. So again, just a recap, I'm just going around, just bulking stuff up, make it look a bit more better, more interesting rather. Okay. And what we can do is just ever so slightly smooth that tail area off. There we go. This is not so bad now. Right, let's just head on down to the head. Okay, let's drag him back. Okay, let's go. Let's just jump in. Whoops. Just smooth that off. And we'll start to get the extra detail in there now. Sort of like the second stage detail. Okay, so just going to bulk out these bits as well, and let's get something. Oops, probably a bit too strong. so let's carry on. Bit of a zoom out, just have a look, see where we're at. Okay, so detail here, just getting it to look a little bit more craggy and, you know, grumpy. That's kind of good. There we go. Let's take that back one off, just give it a bit more of a sort of character on the back of this eye. That's better. It's more of an evil kind of look now. Right. Let's work on this area here. And just slowly start to sort of crease this stuff around, although not too happy with that front part there. Let's just increase the intensity. Alright, that's better. Okay, so let's just start bulking these bits as well. Okay, right, so I'm just going to drag some more strange sinewy looking bits. Okay, let's just move that up. Okay. And just going to return to this ear area. Just going to give that a few little strange sort of shapes to it, almost like an oval really. That's better. There we go. And what we can do when we do the next chapter is we can subdivide once more and go in and add all the sort of the extra minutiae of detail, such as skin sort of cells and things like that. So let's do this one. Go. Okay, let's just head underneath and just round all this out, flatten it just a little bit as well. There we go. So it's looking pretty good. Just going to hit F, have a look. and F again, there we go. So I think what we'll do is just smooth those out just a tiny bit on there, and then there we go, that's better. There we go. And just start to add just some lines and things on the top here. There we go. Good. And just to finish this chapter off, we'll just do a little bit of extra on the back feet. There we go. There we go. So what we're going to do, we're going to end this chapter here, and this is really starting to take shape now with the creature, which is really great. I'm pleasantly surprised with that, so that's all good. Let's just have a look at this side of the head. Okay, so let's just get rid of those small areas just there. Okay, there we go. So what we're going to do, we're going to call it a day on this chapter. So we've gone around, sort of started to finalise a lot of the form, stuff like that, and what we can do now is start to add the smaller detail, and at the same time we'll keep building up and you know, knocking down various areas and stuff as well. So I shall see you in the next chapter, so cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. Last time, in the last episode, what we did, we went round and started blocking out some of the forms, making the creature look a bit more lifelike. So what we're going to do in this chapter is sort of take that another step further. We're going to go over the whole model with a sort of a light sort of spray of detail just on the body itself, sort of like a really tiny sort of scaly kind of look, and then we're going to start adding a bit of detail to the nails and the sort of the smaller horn bony bits and stuff as well, such as the teeth as well. But before we do that, some of you will be very familiar with ZBrush, some of you won't, but those of you who do know is that sometimes ZBrush has a bit of a limit on the amount of polygons that it can handle, depending on your system really. So what I want to do is actually, let's just open up the geometry palette just here. So at the moment we've got up to subdivision level of 5, and that's going to give us just over 1.5 million polys to play with. But for the type of detail that we want to do, that's really not going to be enough. So what we'll need to do is divide it probably a couple of times, but knowing this model as I do already, I know that there is going to be an issue with memory. So what we need to do is go to preferences, and what you need to do is go down to memory just here, and as you can see here, the default for the maximum polygons is 21.7 million whatever it is polys there. So what you need to do is increase that value, so don't take it up too high or don't take it too low. So what I would suggest you do it in increments. So I'm going to do it to 30 because I know that that's going to be enough without killing my machine and the system, etc. So let's just do that and compact that whole lot now. Okay, so make sure you hit compact, and that should all be done. And now that should allow us to actually work at a higher level of detail. So let's just waiting for that to do its business, and there we go. So we should be able to move around still at a good rate. And looking at that, so we're at just over 1.5 million. So what I'm going to do now is Control D and subdivide. So that should take us up to around, what have we got? 6 million. Okay, so that's 6 million polys, so we're getting there. So I'm going to do one more, and that should take us to probably around 24 million, I would say, for that. And that's done that already, by the look of it. Let's have a look. No, still going. So just have to be patient while it divides everything up. And we should see ourselves with a subdivision level S7, and there it is. Okay, so what we need to do is have a look, see what we've got. Oops. Let's have a scroll. Okay, so it's not coming up with what we want, so I would say that we're around the 27 mark. So that one there, oh there we go, it's come up on that one, it's now registering there, so that's good. Taking a bit of time to catch up. So we're at 26 million polygons for this particular model. So that's going to be more than enough, and so we can now crack on with what we need to do. So first things first, what I'm going to do is go and grab Material Capture Grey, which is already defaulted out there anyway. So we're going to leave that on there because it's got a little bit of specular on it as well. And what we do need are some alpha brushes. So I'm going to import those in from a special folder that I've already made. These actual brushes or alphas are from a collection that I collected a long time ago. They were available from a free download from one of the well-known websites that I'm sure most of us frequent. And what I've done, I've gone through quite a few of them and picked out the ones that I think are sort of relevant for this particular project. And some have been modified as well over the years, and I think they'll fit just fine. So what we're going to do is select all of those and open those up, and then what we need to do is go to the spray stroke. Okay, and the actual alpha that I'm going to look for this time round is alpha 6, I believe, or Leathery Skin 6. There it is, that's the one there. Okay, so this is a really nice alpha that I think will suit this creature's sort of base scale for now, until we add the bigger details later on. The other thing you want to do is go and turn lazy mouse off, because for some reason or other that defaults on. So we're ready to go. So now I'm going to drop the intensity down to about 9. I'm going to hit X on the keyboard to bring up our symmetry, and what we can do is start to spray. And as you can see, it's going to just take a minute or so just to catch up on here, so we'll just wait for that. Just while it thinks about it. There we go, almost there. And then we can just carry on. Once that does that, then we can cover the whole of the creature with this very fine type of spray stroke that we've chosen. So once ZBrush wakes up, we can carry on. There we go. Okay. Okay, so off we go. As you can see, it's very, very fine. Can probably drop the intensity a little bit more. Just increase that brush size a little bit. There we go. So all I want to do is this, just to give a light coating to our creature. And just zoom out there. Okay, whoops, probably a bit too big there. So just going to undo that. That's the thing as well, if you zoom in and out and lose that sort of size that you were working at, the brush will project at a different size. So it's just something worth bearing in mind when you're doing this sort of stuff as well. So just let this catch up once again. We've got a lot of polys in here, so it's going to take its toll here and there. So let's just keep going. So as you can see, all I'm doing is just something very, very simple. And just going to be very careful going around by the toes. We could mask those out, of course, but we can also go in and just be careful around those areas. We can always smooth them out after as well, like so, just pressing the shift key. But we're going to be having a look at those anyway once we've got the body covered in this very fine sort of detail here. So again, this is just for the base of the actual creature itself, kind of like an undercoat, if you will. I'll just spray that in. Okay, and we'll just come and zoom out, just see how we're looking. So you can just about make out the detail. We just zoom back out, so you can just about make it all out. What's going on there? In fact, let's have a look for a darker sort of shader, so you can see what's going on. Okay, so I'm just going to adjust the material just a little bit. There we go, that's better. Actually, just a little bit more. No, that's good. Also, using the basic shaders as well is a lot faster with the feedback than one of the material capture ones, I find as well. Okay. In fact, I'm going to change that back. Now I've said that, so I think I was seeing the stuff a lot easier beforehand. But it's just something to bear in mind when you're doing this sort of stuff. Just checking out, you know, the specular areas and everything. Just make sure your detail is going on there. So we're going to just go over the top of the backbone here, all across the spine. There we go. So again, this is really kind of rough and very quick process to deal with. So just going to go around. If there's a moment of silence like there is just there, it's because I'm just carrying on with this and there's really not much to explain at this point. So just bear with me while we do all this. Okay, so just heading down the tail now. There we go. Just going up on the inside of those legs there. Okay, so that's good. And let's head down to the head. And again, just going round. Just giving it a very fine layer. There we go. Okay, so that's pretty good. And then last but not least, need to do the underside of the creature as well. I'm not going to worry about the underside of the pads of the feet because I've got some interesting reference once again of an elephant's feet, and they're very smooth under there. If anything, you might get the odd bit of peeling skin, but generally they're very smooth. It's quite amazing. Okay, so if we hit F and bring this guy back up, let's have a look. So you can see we've got a very light dusting of detail on there. That's stands out quite well. It's all down to the 26 million polys that we've got sitting in there, so that does help immensely. So let's just go around and just check the feet and stuff as well. Okay, so zoom out, have a look. Okay, so that's all looking pretty cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is we're going to change over our alpha, and we're going to just jump in and have a look at the toes. Okay, so you can see we've gone over the toes a little bit there. Easy fix really. Just hold down your shift key, and just that will bring up. You see the brush goes blue instead of red, so that means you're in the smooth mode. So you can just go around and do that. Let's just go to the back of the foot. So it's not so bad on the back toe. So yeah, so there's another little nugget for you that you can make use of. It's very easy to use. Okay, so let's zoom in to these guys. Okay, so just gonna get rid of a bit more of that alpha that's sort of spilt onto the side there. Not all of it, because it's actually pretty useful. Okay, let's just straighten this guy up, and we can zoom in. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so let's go and have a look at our alphas, and what I think we might do is actually just use this alpha 58, which is the standard ZBrush one, and which I think is pretty good. And what we'll do as well is mix it with skin 22, because we've got these harsh lines you can see there going through the middle. So if we start out with this one, and that's going to Z add, so we want to switch to Z sub so we can get some lines going inwards like so. Let's just zoom a little bit more. I'm not too happy with that actually. So let's just undo those a couple of times. Let ZBrush catch up. And looking at I've got some elephant ones here on screen next to me, which I'll show you very shortly. Once this catches up, you can see some of the sort of fine line details and stuff on these. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to smooth over that as well. So yeah, getting back to the elephant reference, we can have a look at that, and sort of chisel some bits away if we can. Okay, so let's make the brush a little bit bigger, and what we want to do is grab our freehand stroke as well. So that was a small mistake on my part. Just going to undo that, increase and decrease the intensity there as well, so the actual lines dig in instead of coming out. So we can just wait for that. There we go, that's all done. So let's start to drop the intensity just a little bit more. So again, I'm just giving a slight hint on the surface of this, and let me just drag across the actual image that we have. So this is a really smart looking looking shots. I mean, we've got all these wrinkles and stuff going on there. I mean, you can see there are lines and stuff on this. If we just zoom in, whoops, wrong one. You know, there's lines and things and chips and everything else. So, you know, we can add all that stuff if we need to. So let's just take that back. Okay, like so. So just going to jump round to this toe. Just going to smooth him off there, and again just start to add some hints of stuff. You know, it's up to you what kind of detail you want to put in. You know, we can scratch this up, chip it up. So let's start to do that as well. So I'm just running the brush over this. One of the things with movie production stuff as well, you know, there's stuff that you just don't see on screen. Sometimes you do model detail for detail's sake, I think. Sometimes it's a bit of overkill, if you ask me, on my opinion. But some will argue, and you know, I'll agree with it sometimes, that if the detail wasn't there you would actually notice. So it's just one of those things that you have to be aware of. Okay, so that's not too bad. Okay, so let's zoom around the back, and we'll do this one as well. And I'm probably going to use this same technique on the teeth as well. So we should be good to go with those. We'll just go underneath as well. Spin that back. Just move this round. Okay, so we'll hit F, just zoom out, have a look. Whoops, undo that, a bit harsh. Just let that catch up. So I'm just looking at this detail now on the toes here in front of me. So I'm just going to add some bigger lines as well. Obviously try and keep them as random as possible. Okay, like so. And then what we'll do, we'll jump in, do the back ones. So we just zoom in slightly, smooth this guy out on the back where he's caught all that sort of noisy detail, and then we'll just start to fill in with the extra detail here as well. And just come underneath. Okay, zoom out. Couple of big nasty lines there. And just do that. Okay, and again same thing around here. Smooth this out. Just there as well. And just zoom out, actually just underneath. Just undo that one. Okay. And again, just put in those finer ones. Spin around and a little bit more pressure on the Wacom pen. There we go. Okay, cool. So we'll just zoom out, just have a quick look. So that's working, that's good. So what we need to do now is open our brush palette, and the one that I'm looking for is the trim dynamic. So I'm just going to turn that alpha off for now, and hopefully it should be the right brush. Let's have a look. Just let that catch up. Just going to check the stroke. No, that's good. So I'm just going to chisel off a few little bits on here, and also I'm going to turn off X for the symmetry as well, because I want to randomize this a little bit as well, so it doesn't look the same. Whoopsie, on both sides. So let's just undo that. It's gone onto the skin. Okay, cool. Let's just let this catch up. There we go. I know we just added the lines, but yeah, I'm looking in terms of this stuff's sort of chipped off, or rubbed away over a period of time, or been hit. So there's all sorts of things you can sort of have to do and sort of think of with this kind of stuff. And let's do all the way along the bottom on this one. Okay. And then let's just choose an alpha, see if we can get something else going on this. Just a bit of noise to it as well, which I think will do the trick, which is quite nice actually. And I'll just add that noise to these.
So again, just adding detail just to make a bit of a difference. Turn the alpha off. Okay, in your face. So let's just zoom back in. And just add okay. And just a little bit of a tickle under there, that's all good. And let's just add a little bit more onto the front of that one. So that's all good. And then what we'll do, come around to the front, turn off the alpha, and let's give this one a big old chip on there. Just take that brush down. That's better. Okay, and what we'll do, we'll add a fairly big one to that part as well, just there, and then just a little bit there. There we go. Let's come around to the back. Just chip the bottoms away on there. There we go. And we'll do the same on this one. Okay. And then finally this one here. Let's just chip away at the top there as well. And on that one. Let's just go the whole hog there. There we go. And then just throw in some random. There we go. Okay, so we're going to hit F. Just have a quick look, see how we're going. So he's starting to take shape now, which is great. So what we need to do now is come down to our subtool palette, and we want to go to the teeth upper layer now. So I'm just going to zoom in there. Okay. And we're going to Control D and divide those up. Okay, like so. Okay. Then we're going to go back to our standard brush, which should be just there. Going to go and grab the original alpha that we had when we started doing the toes, and with the X symmetry on, let's just jump in a bit closer. Let's just undo both of those. Okay, so what do we got there? So 3000. Let's duplicate those up, divide those up a bit more. 61,000. Let's just go again. Okay, so we should have 245,000. Okay, so let's have a look. And that's more like it. So that's the kind of thing that we want for these. Let's just increase the intensity a little bit more. And what I'm going to do is hide our creature and the tongue and the eyes as well, so we can go around this and do both sides of our creature's teeth. And we're only doing one side anyway, because hopefully the symmetry on the other side is doing its job, which it is, which is fantastic. And then just need to do these. That's very sharp. Just going to zoom in, decrease the intensity on the front ones. Let's take it up a bit more. There we go. Okay. Whoops. There we go. Okay, so that's that done. Okay. So let's just jump back to this one. Just want to add a little bit more to it. There we go. Let's increase the intensity again. There we go. So now we want to go teeth lower, divide these guys up as well, and do exactly the same thing. So probably go one more. What do we got? Okay. Okay. And then same with this one. just on those teeth upper again, just on that back there, just gonna bring that out a little bit more. Let's just increase the intensity there. There we go, that's better. Okay, so back on to the teeth upper. Let's just swing ourselves around the right way as well, which always helps. Okay, so way too much. Okay, let's drop the intensity there. Smaller brush. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's just come round to the front here. Right, so it's just that one more to do, and let's just hit X on there just to make sure it's all going to pick up, which it has. Just going to zoom in, drop the size of the brush down. Okay. So that's almost there. Oh, very strong again. Okay. Right, and one last thing. Just going to grab that. Now I'm going to go to the trim brush again. Just chisel these bits off. Okay. Turn off X. Just to get that effect in there. just chisel that away as well. There we go. Give it some gamey old teeth. And there we go. Okay, so we're going to call it a day on this chapter, and let's just zoom out and have a look. Okay, and I think there's just one more thing really to do on that, which is the horn itself, but we'll do that in the next chapter when we come to do everything in terms of the better detail, whereas this stuff has just been more like the finer stuff. So yeah, so once this has made its mind up to come back, then what we can do is finish there and come back and add the greater detail. So there's our creature, so let's just pop the horn up as well. So just that to do for the smaller stuff, and we can then come in, as I said, and start adding all the really cool stuff. So we're going to leave you there, and I shall see you very shortly. Okay, so carrying on from last time, what we're going to do is actually have a look at just putting some small details on the horn, very similar in the way that we did the toenails and stuff. So let's divide this up. I think it's about 5 there we should have, so let's go to geometry. Yeah, level 5, and we should have about 111,000 or something polys. In fact, we've got 28,000, so a bit of an exaggeration there on my part. So I think what we can do is do another one, because this is for the head, so you know, you never know, you might go in a bit closer for a camera shot, something like that. So we've got 114,000 polys there to play with, which is great. So let's do that now. So again, we've got the standard Alpha 58 brush. We want Z sub, turn RGB off, we don't need that, we're not doing any colour work, and we're just going to drop the intensity down to about 4. Okay, so I'm just going to zoom out just a little bit, and we're just going to start to, let's grab those, okay, and let's see what we get. There we go. So just going to start adding the smaller detail. In fact, we could probably go a little bit higher with our subdivision. Let's have a look. Let's just undo that. Okay, so let's do another one. Just Control D, like so, and let's just start to scratch this in. So just going to increase the brush size just a little bit. Let's put local back on and hit F. There we go. Oops, where's it gone? So just going to scratch that up just a little bit more. Let's just move this down. Okay. Just zoom out. Just increase my pressure on the Wacom pen there. Okay. There we go. and just ease that in just there, just do a few random ones as well, and especially round towards the front, I think, but we're going to wear this down a little bit more anyway. And what we could do actually is if we just choose one of the smaller brushes, or one of the smaller alphas rather, just add a few dinks and stuff here as well. Okay, so what I'd like to do is if we use the trim adaptive, okay, and then what we can do is chisel away some of this stuff as well. Okay, like so. So that's a bit much. So let's take the intensity right down as well. Okay. So I think more damage than anything towards the front of this, like so. Okay, and then what we can do is add some sort of porous type effects, like a bone, which is exactly what a horn is really, and then just add the smaller sort of fibrous porous surface that you'd get if it was chipped away. There we go. Okay. And let's just move that there like so. So that's all good. Okay, so what we need to do now is we're going to find ourselves another standard brush, which I think the Alpha 7 should suffice for that. And if we go to the spray stroke, what we can do, again, Z sub, I'm just going to take the size of the brush down, okay, and then what we're going to do, whoops, just make sure we're the right one, there we go, right, and we're just going to spray in some of this surface detail where it's sort of broken the actual bone. In fact, we can increase the intensity a bit more. Like so. And what we'll do is increase that right up. Now if we go to the drag rectangle, and then what we can do is just drag some bigger sort of surface pores just on the top of that as well, so we've got a nice random kind of look to that as well. Okay, so again, some of the ZBrush brushes themselves, some of the standard ones that come, they are very handy. I've actually ZBrushed whole faces with just using those before, even for the sort of skin texture for the cells. So something like this is it's a joy to do. Okay, so what we can do as well is just give this some hard edges, and let's just go back, turn those off. Okay, for now, and what we'll do, just pinch those edges in ever so slightly. probably a bit high in intensity there. And I'll just crease those up. Have to be very careful with using pinch, because sometimes it has an adverse effect on the mesh, so be very, very careful. It's the same with the inflate tool as well. What happens is it tends to sort of roll in on itself if you overuse it for certain things. So yeah, just a small tip there, just to keep an eye on stuff like that, because you can tend to sort of get the mesh and it will break and stuff. So because you're pinching polys together, so just something worth keeping an eye on. Okay, so we're going to call it a day on that. I think that's good enough for now. So in fact, let's just add a couple more just on the front there, and let's use our drag once again, and we want to use that, not pinch. So there we go. So let's just do some smaller ones here. There we go. Okay, so that's good for me. Okay, so we're going to head off and get on with the body now. So let's hit the visibility, and we can pop everything else back on. Okay, like so. So we should have everything there, that's all good. Okay, so what we're going to be looking at for this main part of this chapter is the bodywork, or the body sort of skin for the creature. Once again, I've looked at elephants, and if I can just pull over the reference from the other monitor. So as you can see, we've got this really nice picture of this elephant, and the first thing that sort of really crossed my mind when sort of looking for these things to see what kind of reference is the difference in the skin cells themselves over the surface of the body. And you can see how heavy it is in some areas here, more so here as well, and not a lot sort of in these areas and the front of the legs and stuff like that. So these are clearly heavy through through movement, I would say, from muscles and stuff, and being pushed around and stretched and stuff like that. So whereas on the front here, these aren't, although there's muscle under there, these aren't moving as much, and so these, just keep an eye on things like that. Look how smooth the front of the head is, as opposed to this area here, which is literally centimeters away. So things like that are just really worth keeping an eye on, just to add for that extra bit of realism and stuff. So we're going to attempt to sort of emulate something very similar for our creature. So I'm just going to pop that back, and we'll get on. So I've loaded in all the alphas again. I've chosen specific ones for the skin, stuff like that. So for the main skin, I'm looking at this alpha 4 and also 5. This is kind of a fine line one, whereas this is a bit more heavy sort of duty. So we can put that on. So we're going to use that one, and we're going to use Z sub, and I'm just going to drop the intensity down to about 11, I think. That should suffice. And also, if we go to the alpha palette and we go to the modifier here, just down here, there's a small attribute down here called radial fade. You can see the title of it just pop off there just as we hover our mouse over it. So all I want to do there is just increase that, and what that does, it gives the edge of the alpha brush a bit more of a fall off, so it's softer and nicer for blending. So I'm going to keep mine on 8 for now. And the other thing we want to do is just make sure our lazy mouse is off, because that's going to cause some problems otherwise. And the other thing we want to do is put our X symmetry on, so we haven't got to go around and do the job twice, so to speak. So if we just zoom in to our creature of our body of our creature even, and let's start to do some work on it. So just looking at the elephant skin, there's kind of a direction on these sort of parts. So what we're going to do, we're going to try and emulate that, and I think it's sort of about there really, that kind of direction that all seems to be going on the creature's body, or the elephant's body as well. And we're going to try and just keep it to that kind of direction, and at the same time try and blend in the scales or the skin cells as well. So let's just have a look around on the elephant. So it's kind of doing this kind of thing all the way down. So let's do this. Okay. You know, and it's not really repeating either. You know, you can overlap this stuff, and you know, you can't really tell that it's the same brush over and over. So it's pretty good. So let's grab that one down there as well. And there we go. Okay. So what we're going to do is just come up to the top here. I'm just going to have a quick flick through my reference here of the elephant to see if we've got anything sort of more toward that area. And it's a lot finer. I've got this image here. I'll just drag this across so you can see here it's a lot finer, whereas here it's heavy and it goes fine again and heavy and so on. I mean, this is quite stretched out on this particular image. Let's have a look. There's the eye. So that you can see here, you know, it's very heavy there and it goes finer as it gets towards the bottom. So let's sort of keep an eye on that sort of thing as well. Okay, so just going to add a little bit more heavy at the top here in this actual area, so that's all fine. So what we'll do, we'll go around and do all the more heavy duty scale stuff or the skin stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly flick back to the other image that I had. Okay, that's better. So just to sort of around here and sort of up in this area, we're going to get this to, that's better. Let's say about sort of there for that, and then same again, and just blend everything in, and then we can just go to here as well. I'm not overly worried about it crossing over onto the other part of the surface there, because once we add the extra, the other style of skin, you're not going to notice it anyway. So that's all good there. And I think we'll take this again. I'm just going to quickly flick to my elephant images. I do have a back view of the elephants as well. There we go. So it's quite heavy just on the back here as well. So I'm just going to get the direction to go somewhere very similar. Okay. It's very heavily wrinkled there. Could probably just change the intensity, but I think we'll leave that as it is, and then we'll just add a little bit more here as well. So it's all looking pretty cool so far. Okay, so there we go, that's good. And then what we have, let's have a look on this side, that's all looking good. And then let's just do, just looking at these images again, let's just do a couple of small ones there just to blend that into the back there, and that's all good there. Okay. Right, so I think that's pretty good. So just quickly flicking through my images, I just want to make sure we're going in the right direction. So yeah, I'm happy with that. That's great. Good. Okay, so what we're going to do now is go and get the other alpha, which should be 05, which is this one. This is a lot finer, this one. So this one will sort of help us finish off the smaller areas. Okay, so again, just check our direction. Just undo that. Okay. And we'll just blend that in just there. And then these ones here can come down into there, which is exactly what it's doing on the image here. So let's get the direction up here right this time. Okay, let's undo that. In fact, no, we don't need to. There we go. That's better. So we can go backwards and forwards and just sort of finely tune those kind of things as well. So let's have a look. Just make sure it's all working. Yep. So I'm just going to quickly switch back to alpha 4, I beg your pardon, and just overlay a new one on there and just blend that in, going into that one there. That's good. Okay, cool. Yep, that's working. That's great. Okay, so back to the final one. So if we go back to this one here, and we'll just start to use all that going into these areas now. So this one's pretty straightforward. And again, just varying the size a little bit as well. And what we can do is just take that right down so we can't see that. Just going to decrease the intensity now, because at the top here it goes quite fine. So just want to give a hint of what's there. It's very, very smooth actually on the top. And here as well. Let's just take that size down, it's a bit big there. In the last chapter as well I mentioned shaders and stuff in ZBrush. I've actually changed it once again from the one that we were actually using in the last chapter. This is actually just the basic material. All I've done is just tinker with the specular and the diffuse colour, just so we can get a bit of a better sort of idea of what's going on the surface here. Okay, so let's carry on. So what we want to do now, let's just head off onto the legs. Okay, so the direction on the legs now, and we can increase the intensity a little bit more. Let's just have a look. Okay, so it's probably a little bit too much, so I'll undo that one. While it thinks about it, come on. As I said before, there's a lot of polys in this scene, So let's take that down to 8 again. That's okay. And just bring this up. While ZBrush thinks about it. There we go. There it is. Okay, cool. That's better. So just going to sort of ease that back to about there, and then we should have another one that's going to start to go off in this direction as well. So let's just get that to go around there, about there I would say. Okay, so that's pretty good. And then we can start to take this one down as well, and then all of a sudden that does actually just sort of start to go horizontal, and we can start to grab these as well, just there. So it's the actual skin is very fine down here on the legs. It's quite big as well there. Okay, so we can okay, so that's good. Let's probably blend that just a little bit more in there. There we go. So, and down here again, very fine kind of lines and stuff going on, and they are getting less and less on here as I do this. Okay, so I would look at that there and probably just put some small ones in here now, because it's getting very, very, like I say, finer skin down towards the bottom here, and we can start to come round. Let's go onto the inside as well. So let's just bring this all the way around. And the really great thing is the job is getting done very, very quickly, even though I'm really sort of taking my time just to show you how to do all this. But we've covered a lot of ground already with the texturing, or the surface detail, not the texturing just yet. We'll be releasing a texturing tutorial for this separately, but this for now is just to show you how to get the model looking pretty cool in ZBrush. So just going to bring all this stuff in. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to do this less and less down here now, because there's another alpha that I've got in mind for all of this area, which we'll be using. So I'll just do the outside now. Whoops, let's just undo that. We don't want that one. So you can see the fine line just sort of disappearing off. This is the other reason why I added this very fine sort of surface as well, because it helps to sell it when you add all this other stuff. So yeah, it's just something worth bearing in mind, because even skin cells have a surface to them. It's not just made up of that surface. There's lots of little things going on. Okay, so that's good. I'm happy with that. And what we need to do now is just bring this one down into under here. Okay, just here as well, and then what we will do is grab the other alpha and do a mixture of the two as they sort of blend into each other. Looking at the reference here, they get quite heavy again, sort of just down here, so we'll just go and grab that initial alpha 4 and we'll just add some of the bigger stuff as well. If I can get it to do its thing, there we go. Again, I'm not worried about the overlap spilling onto here. Again, it's all fixable, and yeah, we can deal with that later on. Okay, so back to number 5. Okay, and again, we're just going to make sure that all our creases and our skin wrinkles are all heading in the proper direction, like so. Okay. Okay, and I'm trying to keep these as fine as possible as we get lower and lower. There we go. So again, just patches here and there that are smooth, which will help sort of sell it as well. So do, you know, like I'm doing here, you know, keep an eye on your reference images. And again, we're not going to do too much down the bottom of the feet here, because I've got a specific alpha for that. Okay. So again, you can see the advantage of having that surface kind of noise as well, so it just helps to, you know, not everything's going to be wrinkled. If you look at your own sort of body, you know, you've got smooth areas of skin, you've got wrinkled areas of skin. If you look at your fingers, for example, where the knuckles are, you know, even the knuckles on the fingers, you know, the skin's a lot baggier, whereas opposed to sort of the middle of the fingers, it's a lot smoother. So, you know, it's just all that random sort of feel that will actually help sell it to being what it is. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the top of the shoulders here and just start to increase the size just a little bit. Let's just move this over. Just hit F, straighten this guy up, and just zoom back in. There we go, that's better. See what I'm doing now? Okay, so I'm going to go and grab the initial alpha, and I'm just going to add, because obviously I don't know what's going on up here with the elephant, but I think it just needs a little bit more heavy sort of skin feel to it on the top of these shoulders now. So let's just add that. I'm just going to increase the intensity. Let's go to 10 or 11, that's fine. There we go, so that's better. And we'll just round it out coming down here like so. Okay. Let's take that back. There we go, that's better. And just add nothing actually there. I don't think we need to, because it's quite smooth up there. We could probably add some random sort of scratches and stuff a bit later. But I think for now that's all good. So what we'll do, we're going to finish off now by just adding the extra little bits and pieces for the feet. So what I've got for those, in fact also we can do the knees. What I have for those is, let's just find it. I think that's the one, 022 I think, yeah, because we're going to use that as well on the spine area. So we'll grab that and I'll show you exactly what this one does. This is pretty neat. We can just zoom in to the feet. There we go. Okay, so if we drag this, get this kind of wrinkled effect going on just around the base, which I think is quite a nice effect. And just increase the intensity to 12. So let's just do that all around this area. And what you can do is just increase the size to however you want it, just by dragging. So what I'm using is the drag tool. Okay, so we'll just come round to the inside here. And I'll just do some bigger ones there. I'm just going to add a couple, just sort of random ones here and there as well. It's always good to add random stuff, just breaks everything up. Okay, and again, do the same on the back feet. I think we'll just increase that intensity a bit more, just get something a bit more deeper going on in there. Over. A bit of an issue there. There we go, that's better. And there as well. And just add some of these just to add to the details as well. Okay. And there we go. So what I think we'll do is do the knees, which I think we can use, we need 11, which is that one there it is. Which is really great because we can just jump in and just lay that straight over with a bit of luck. And there we go. And just increase and decrease some of it as well. So you get that real sense of, you know, baggy skin going on there. Let's just turn this around just so it rounds it off on the top. There we go. Let's just jump on the inside there. Okay, like so. And we can also add a little bit of that on the back and also on the front here as well. And although these are more inside bending on this part of the leg, I still think that it's justified with that kind of detail. But on here, what we'll do is we'll take this up quite high and then round sort of about there as well. So, oops. Let's just zoom in. Kind of an awkward area there. There we go. Let's try and get that alpha to work in there. And I'm just going to add some smaller stuff. There we go. Just on the giant elbow that it has. There we go. Okay, so that's all looking pretty good. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just going to add just a tiny bit of heavy skin just on that part, and then we'll call it a day for this part, and we'll move on and do the tail and the back. So that's probably a bit too much there. Let's just drop the intensity now for that. Just want to keep it quite fine. There we go. That's looking better already. Okay. And also we'll just add a little bit more to this area here. Okay, so it's going to zoom out, and there we go. So we'll leave that there, and we'll come back and we'll get on with the back, and then following that it will be the neck and the head. So I shall see you very shortly. Okay, so here we go. We're going to get on with the tail now. What we're going to do is we're going to use this leathery skin 026 or 026 to go all the way down the length of the tail. We're going to use a bit of it as well just to blend it in with the back of the legs and stuff as well. And then what we'll do, we've got a specific alpha as well for the spine or the backbone, whatever you want to call it. And also excuse me, the alpha that we used on the sort of these vertical creases on the foot we'll use to do this sort of underside ridge all the way along as well. So let's crack on, and this particular chapter will be a bit shorter than the last one because there's a sort of less to do really. So let's get on with it. So first of all we're going to have a quick look at just sort of blending this tail alpha into the back legs here. So let's just turn it around, just sort of get that going like so, and just swing that round a little bit more. There we go. And then what we'll do a fairly good size on that just there. That's not too bad. Let's just decrease the intensity just a little bit there. That's better. That's much better. Okay, so we're going to go all the way down the length of the tail, and yeah, we'll get that done. So let's just bring some of this up here as well. I'm trying to keep the size of the skin relative to the rest of it, so it doesn't look out of place, because you know, we could go quite big and it will look a bit stupid, and then that's sort of kind of a fail really, because you want to keep it all scale the right size. So let's just start to blend the alpha in as well. This one I'm just sort of doing backwards and forwards really. Okay, like so. There we go. Okay, so let's try and get some of this done here. Not worried about filling up every single space in between these sort of vertebrae bits, because we've got an alpha that's going to cover that anyway. And now all we need to do is just really keep this going till the end of the tail. Like so. So it's not too bad. You know, a little bit of repeating on this particular alpha, but I think by the time we get the vertebrae type alpha on this, it's not going to really matter. Now let's just take this all the way down and round, like so. There we go. Okay. So that's not too bad, so that's fairly quick, like I said. So for the backbone, what we want is, I think it's 0.22, so it should be, that's 30, there we go. Okay, so we'll use that one, and what we'll do, we'll start, I think, let's start down this end by the head, and we can get that done. So again, same thing. Let's just give it a fair good shape there. I can turn off the X symmetry now as well, and again we can just get all of this looking pretty good. So let's just pump up the intensity there just a bit more. Let's go to 13. 14 is good, that'll be fine. And just add a couple of extra bits just down there, just some finer ones. There we go, so that's all good. And now I think we'll need to use the symmetry, because it's going to get quite big on the top here. Let's just spin the model around a bit. Try and keep it all fairly sort of straight and stuff. And let's just add a couple of extra little ones just in there as well. And just on there. There we go. Okay, and again just give it a bit of a random couple of lines there. I'm going to turn off X symmetry again just to break things up again. There we go. Let's just add some bits in here as well. So it's looking a bit repeated along there, so we'll just add some stuff. It's looking good. Okay. Swing that one round. Let's work it from the other way this time. And we're just going to run this style all the way to the end. Just chuck in some random lines as well on there. Okay. Let's just throw in some of these as well. These are quite good. Sort of lines just to pop anywhere really. Let's just blend that in to the back there. There we go. So that's pretty good. I'm just going to do some sort of crossing effect as well here. Just make that a little bit heavier. That's better. And we'll just bring that through there. And just do a couple on the top here. I'm just adding these now just to sort of break it up just a little bit. I think although we've looked at the reference and stuff of the elephant, I still think it just needs a little bit of extra touch just on there really. And we'll do the same on this side. Okay. Now we'll just move a bit to the shoulders at the front here. And just drop those onto there. Okay, like so, and then we just swing this guy around. I haven't pressed X on purpose on this time, just purely because I just want it to be a little bit more random, although we're using the same alpha brush. So let's just do this like this for now. And there we go. So that's that kind of sorted up there. Let's just do some random stuff on here. Okay. And I'm just going to chuck a couple of random creases on this one, just to give that an extra kick. Okay, just add some extra lines, thicker lines on the leg there. Okay. There we go. Okay, so what we're going to do now, I'm going to use the excuse me, going to use the same alpha as well to line this part of the tail on the underside here. And in fact, I'm going to increase the intensity just a tiny bit more there. I'm going to hit X as well, just make sure we've I know we've already started doing that area there, but we'll come back and sort that out on the other side. We'll just add those extra pieces and just bring those up and into there. Yeah, about there's okay, good. And just keep this running all the way along. And then just slowly fade that out as we get towards the end here. Just peter that off. There we go. So just swing around to the other side. And we'll turn X off. And we'll just quickly go in and just liven that area up that we did on the other side. So that's that done. Okay, and what we can do is have a quick look in here. I know we added some extra earlier, but I think whoops, let's go in and sort this out as well. Let's have a look, see if we can grab some. Yeah, that's better. So we're just going to add creases on top of creases just for some variation as well, and the same all down here. I'm just going to increase that up to there. Like so. I'm not worried about this area here at the moment, so I've got something else in mind for that should suffice. So that's all good. There we go. So that's that part done. Okay, so now what we want to do is we're going to jump in and sort this underside out, the belly. Again, I've got an alpha in mind for that, which is, let's see where we're at, number 9, 14, 30, 34. There we go, that's that one there. So it's going to give us a nice kind of sort of scale, proper scales this time, instead of just the usual sort of skin cells. And what I'm going to do is just have a quick test of it, just to see where we're at with this. So what I need to do is scale that right down, turn off the symmetry, decrease the intensity, and then just start to lay this underneath in a random way. In fact, let's have a look. Okay, let's undo those two. Once ZBrush catches up. Come on, come on. There we go. Okay, so let's have a look at that. Just going to jump over to the alpha modifier and just radial fade that a little bit. Let's have a look. So we'll go from the underside of the head okay, let's have a look. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm not too sure about these little ones here, but we'll keep going. We'll persevere with this. Just increase the intensity as well. So yeah, I think we'll keep going with this. This one's fine. So let's crack on with this. Okay, let's have a look at that one. And I think what we'll do is, although that's quite small there, what we'll do, we'll undo these two parts and we'll press the X symmetry, but we'll also keep the direction going in the other way. So just see what we get there. Again, wait for ZBrush to sort itself out. And I think one more as well. There we go. Okay, so what I want to do, so if we just put X on again, let it catch up. Okay, so let's have a look. And I don't actually think that's too bad. Excuse me. In fact, we will leave it as is and just swing those around like so. There we go. Same with this, and we'll continue this all the way down and underneath. I'm just going to do a small one there just to break that up a little bit there. Whoops, let's zoom out. Okay, and just move this along. Okay, let's just zoom out. So now we've got this big area going on here. So what I'm going to do is just do the sides first, and then we'll come back and do the middle, because obviously we don't want it to go over the top and too big, otherwise what will happen is it won't work. You know, we can increase the size a little bit because obviously the skin under there would stretch, but I want to keep it within reason. I'm not too happy with those last two. So let's just undo that, wait for that. And that one as well. Okay, let's take X off. And wait for this to catch up again. Okay, cool. Right, okay. That's better. Okay, right. Okay, that's better. And now we can just drag into the middle, swing that around. Drop that to there, that's fine. And just bring this around and underneath the back legs. There we go. So that's all working a lot better for us now. Okay. Let's just take that one out and the other one. Not too sure about that. That's the thing when you're doing this kind of work, you got to sort of kind of really watch, you know, the patterns and stuff like that, because that's already repeating there and there slightly. So what I'm going to do is do one half there and then another half sort of around there. That's okay, so I don't get too much of the same thing going on. Not that we're really going to see it, but it's just one of those things I'm kind of conscious of. And then this one here. Let's just have a look. There we go. So that's all starting to take shape under there. Okay, so that's that done. So what I'm going to do now is, if we just jump back to this guy, and what I'm going to do is just drop the intensity and just sort of add some scratches and stuff. I think what we'll do, actually, we'll use another pattern or just a single alpha to do that, and then we're good to go. Yeah, so once this part is done, then what we'll do, we'll move on to the head and the neck. Okay, so let's have a look, see what we've got for our alphas here. So I think alpha 40 is always a really good one to use for that kind of stuff as well. So let's use him, if we can get him to work. And ZBrush having another think. So we've got a very heavy mesh. So there we go. So just randomizing these areas up as well. Just filling in those gaps. Obviously I'm doing this for speed because of the tutorial, but you know, you've got all the time in the world when you come to do your own and do an even better job. So there we go. So just going around. Just randomize that up just a little bit. Okay. So it's all looking pretty good. And what I think we'll do is we'll leave that there, and we'll come back and we'll get on with the head and the neck, and we're almost there. So let's just hit F, just frame that guy up. So there we go, so that's the tail done, the body, the legs and the underside. It's just down to the head, neck and the tongue, and we're all done. So we'll hit it there, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers for now. Okay, so here we are, almost done. What we've got here is the head and the neck now to do, and what I've done is I've brought in this alpha here. This is skin 16. We're going to use this for the neck. We're going to also use a finer texture for the head itself, a bit like the elephant reference that we had before. Like here, if you remember a couple of chapters back, I was talking about how the difference between the textures change on the areas of the head. So for the more bony parts, we're going to have it sort of a finer sort of texture. So let's crack on and do that. So first of all, we're going to jump in and we're going to get on with the neck. So just using this alpha that we have here. So I'm just going to try and lay that in. In fact, I want that the other way round. So let's have a look in the modifier. Okay. There will do. That's good. So we want that to be this way round. I think about there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so just going to try and blend this in, match it all up. There we go, just using the different elements of the alpha just to get it all to fit. So it's looking pretty cool. There we go. So relatively straight process, pretty quick, and we can just overlap some of these areas here. There we go. And what we need to do is the other side as well. There we go. So just get that all to sort of blend in with the rest of it. Okay. Trying to keep it all the same size as well. And just cover these areas as well. There we go. So it's all taking shape quite nicely, and also it's very quick. Okay, so let's do the top of this bit here where it joins. Okay, so what I want to do as well now is just go in and just fill these bare patches with the same alpha that we used here, and that's going to be pretty straightforward. So again, just going to drag that brush into there just to fill up these random areas that we have. Okay, like so. Let's just move this. Okay. So it's looking pretty good. And what I think we can do is just jump back to 16, just there, and just get that to sit in that area there. So the skin just slowly blends into the back of the head there as well. There we go. So that's good. Right, so the other alpha we want now, so we're going to start on the head. So the other one we want is 06, which I think is going to be that one there. There we go. So I'm going to hit X, bring up the symmetry, and we're going to start to just lay this in. Try and follow the contours and the direction of the rest of the head as well. So I'm not too keen on that actually there. Doesn't look very good. So let's check out the other one next to it. Just undo that. Okay. So that's 06. Let's check out 04, 05. Let's try 05. I think we did use that one earlier on in terms of the skin. Let's just let the ZBrush catch up. There we go. So I think, yeah, let's have a look at this one as well and try and keep all the skin direction sort of going in the same way. So again, I'm looking for sort of more tight sort of skin on the head because it's very bony. And then what I'm going to do is add little nodules and stuff to it as well. So let's just have a look here. Let's have another look at that other alpha. Okay, so that's better. Let's overlay this one on top. There we go. And let's increase the intensity for that just a little bit. There we go. So it's not too bad. Let's have a look from the top. It's probably a bit too much. So let's undo those last three. So I think we'll probably use this one around the sides, and then we'll go back to using this other version here, which I think was 5 for the top. So let's just undo that one. And that one. Get rid of that. There we go, that's good. So we'll carry on with this one on the side of the face. Which I think will be a lot better, hopefully. So again, I'm just going to vary the sizes and stuff in the different areas. Okay, so that's pretty good. Let's just zoom out. Just see how we're looking. So I'll probably undo that a bit actually. Not too happy with that. Just there. So let ZBrush do its thing as always. So just take that out. Probably decrease the intensity as well, I think, a little bit on that. We'll just double check on that anyway. So let's say that's 14, so let's take it down to 10. So that's a lot better, I think, there. Let's just check on the front here. Yeah, that's much nicer. I think we'll go with that as well. Yeah, that's better. Whoops, get a bit of overlap there. Let's turn off the symmetry. Just bring this round into here. Same with this side. Just bring that up. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we've got all this under here to do, so let's crack on with that as well. We're going to add another version of this sort of pattern here to this under here very shortly, so let's just cover this for now, and then we can get all of this done. Okay. Okay, there we go. So that's pretty good for there. And then what we're going to do is just jump back on the top of the head here, and let's have a look at 5. Yep. So let's look at number 5. And we're just going to swing this pattern all the way around. Okay. And then just sort of get it to come off of itself towards the edge, like so. And there we go. Cool. I'll just draw a little bit just around here as well, around the top of this base of the horn. So that's all pretty good so far. Okay, so now what I'm looking at is this eye socket. So I've got a socket in mind that I'd like to use, so let's see if we can get this to drag over the top there. So that's pretty good. So what I'm going to do is increase the intensity on that to about 13 or 14, and we're just going to drag that over the top like so. So that adds to that. Let's do one more. And just spin that around. There we go. Okay. So that adds to that as well. So now what we want to do is go and grab, where is it? So we can use 029 for the rest of the mouth and stuff. So let's just have a look. I don't think it's actually strong enough actually. So if we just go back to using, I think it was 22, which is a pretty good alpha. I do like this one. So this one can break up the edge of the lips and stuff. And just increase the intensity just a little bit. And there we go. And then we can do the bottom ones as well. There we go. So you can see how just something that's so simple as that can have a really cool effect on your model. Just going to add a couple more on the top here. So it's made it look quite mean looking. There we go. Just a couple small ones just around here, just sort of scattering things around. You know, be loose with it, don't, you know, just always stick to the usual formula of stuff, you know. That's the great thing with this kind of software, you can just go ahead and do it and it looks pretty cool. That's all good, great. So I'm going to do some big ones down here. That's better. Much nicer. Let's just jump over here. Just add a few. Just going onto the top of the head there. Just to break that up. Do some big ones towards the front. And we'll do the little sockets for the ears, we'll just add those as well. Let's just use the paint or the freehand brush. Whoops, that's too much. Let's just undo that. Let's just drop the intensity of that. Whoops, and again. Okay, let's just drop that right down. So just blend that in to the rest of it. And just do a few random ones here and there as well. so that's looking pretty cool. So let's just move on up to here. Let's just kind of add some bits to this one as well. Oops, just zoom back out. Let's hit F. Okay, that's better. Let's see what we're doing. It's a bit too close. Okay, and there we go. So just going to increase the brush size a bit, just to randomize some of this surface detail. Let's turn off symmetry so it doesn't look too similar. So again, the skin's looking really thin on the top here, so just trying to get it to feel like it sits on there properly as well. You know, just pull some of these sort of directions as well, just randomize that up, and we're all good. A couple of scars or something as well. Great stuff. And there we go. So we're going to conclude that chapter there. We've got one to go, and we're done. So that's pretty much the head done, and just got a couple of little things to do. Yeah, and we're almost done. So I shall see you then. Cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. So for this chapter, it's really just sort of finishing off, final tweaks, and we're done. So here we've got the tongue. So what we're going to do is divide this up, so we can just add a bit of surface to it. I'm not overly bothered with the amount of detail that we put on this, so I'm just going to sort of give a hint of bits and pieces on it as well, because for this particular exercise in itself, it's just to show what you can actually produce if the need be. So yeah, we're just going to add some spots and stuff to this. Let's see how many polys we've got on this. So 10,000, sorry, 108,000, beg your pardon. So yeah, so we're just going to add a few little bits and go from there really. So I've got it on spray, and I've also got one of the alphas on here as well. So just going to have a quick look. So just take that down, just take that up again in division. So like I say, I'm not overly concerned really about putting too much into the tongue itself, but you know, the detail is there if we need it. So yeah, let's do that. So that's one of the other things I find with ZBrush and stuff. Same with Mudbox. Sometimes when you do a sculpt, it goes through to the other side, but hopefully it's not so bad in this case. What I'd like to do as well, just get this really kind of tasty, all the old taste buds on the tongue. Just really kind of exaggerate these a little bit. I'm going to put a couple of calluses on there as well, so let's have a look at that. Okay, so what I want to do now is just go to Z sub. I'm just going to add a couple of those, and then I'm just going to change the alpha as well now, and just put some really fine spots on this. You can see those going on there. We can alter the placement and the scaling of these if we wanted, but I'm just using the default one just to show you how. And then the other thing I'm going to do, which is one of the things we're going to use on the body very shortly, once we've tweaked the other bits and pieces that we need to, is using this guy here, Alpha 15. I find it really quite good to use, with a good intensity on it, so you can put lumps and bumps and things. We're going to use this on the body as well, so I just thought I'd add a couple of these nasty looking mollusk type lumps to the tongue. There we go. Really nasty. Okay. There we go. And let's put a whole cluster in just for good measure, just toward the back where they've been festering. Okay, so there we go. Let's do a couple of big ones. So yeah, there we go. So really that's all I want to do really with that. Nothing too strenuous. Just want to sort of wind the tutorial down now with you know, no pressure on now to you know, do some heavy duty stuff. So just finish it off with some really easy stuff, so we're all good. Okay, just do a couple of big ones again at the back. Okay, there we go. So what we're going to do, we're going to turn everything back on. So let's get our creature back up. Once he decides to appear, there he is. So the tongue's back in there. Everything else is visible as well. So next thing I need to do for this is I just want to finish this off. I think it's a little bit too smooth. So we're going to go back in and we're going to grab our faithful leather skin. I think that's 026, 022. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to grab that and just use that to finish off this underside edge as well. So Z sub, I'm going to drop the intensity down to about 10. Okay, and we're going to drag that. In fact, let's increase the intensity to 13, 14. There we go. Okay, so there we go. So we're just going to finish this off just with a little extra bit of detailing. Okay. There we go. Let's just move this guy up a bit. Just add all that in there and just pop some just across here. Okay, like so. Drop that in there just to blend it, and do a couple down here, and we're good. And there you go. So really just some minor tweaks to do here. Okay, so that should cover that. Just do a couple here. Okay, So with that done, let's move over to here. So first thing I want to do really within terms of just final tweaks on the mesh, things like this where we can see there's a gap around the rim of the where the horn sits, and all I want to do with that is I'm just going to use the move tool, okay, and I'm just going to pull it in ever so gently just so it all sits really kind of nicely, as you can see there. Okay, so just get it all to sit in the socket. Okay, and the other thing I will do, just kind of pull it up ever so slightly randomly as well. There we go, so that's a bit better. Right, yeah, that's much nicer. Okay, so let's just pull that in just a tiny bit. And there we go. So just drop this a bit. Okay, and the other thing we want to do is the same with the sockets around the teeth. So again, this time let's just drop the size of the brush. So just going to tweak that ever so slightly. Don't want to overdo it because it's a very delicate area, and there as well. And this happens purely from the smoothing effect when we subdivide, which can't be helped really. Let's just pull that around. And that one too. There we go. And same with the top ones. And there should be another one. There it is. Okay. And there we go. So just need to have a look at the front ones. They're all good. And let's just grab the back of those as well. So that's great. So really, that's pretty much done. So what I want to do now is jump in to our brush palette and go and grab the inflate tool, and if I can find it, it will be just there. Okay, now I did mention earlier in one of the chapters about how to be pretty sort of cautious with this. So what we want to do is grab a very low intensity on this, because what can happen is the polys can fold in on themselves. So but otherwise it's a really good brush for sort of finishing stuff off, just exaggerating the forms a bit more. So if I just show you what I'm going to do. So you have to just be really, really kind of vigilant with what you're doing. Okay, so just going to go around so you can see what it's doing. It's inflating stuff. Okay, so we have to be very, very careful. Otherwise what you could do is actually use, again, you could use the move tool, just move stuff about, pull it around. So I'm just going to undo that a little bit there. Okay, and then let's do it on the back leg as well. So basically I just want to go around, just tinker a little bit. In fact, let's try the standard brush as well, just for safe measure. Okay, so let's increase that. Turn that off. Wee, too much. Way too much. Okay, so let's do it again. Just drop the intensity down. and let it catch up as ever with our 26 million polys in the scene. So there we go. So you can start to bulk stuff out a little bit better. So we'll do this, we'll go around the model, just exaggerate some more form and stuff. And the other thing we can do is just bring the brush size down so we can just get in there and do all the lumps and bumps a bit more. Okay. There we go. So all I'm doing is just going around, just increasing the forms, just to make it look a little bit more bulky. There we go, like so. Now the more of this sort of flabby stuff that we can do, then the better. That's more like it. I'm happy with that. That's very cool. Let's just bring that down. Just exaggerate some of the forms here. So with regards to textures and stuff for this actual creature, what we're going to do in SimplyMaya for 2013 is we're going to be releasing the texturing tutorial for this. We're going to be going over UVs, stuff like that, and how to transfer those back and forth to ZBrush as well. So that's going to be worth looking at. Probably going to be doing a lot of hand painting and stuff in ZBrush with the use of some textures and stuff as well. But for now, this is just purely the modelling tutorial. So the next volume will be texturing after this, very similar to the surfing with the alien one that we did. So yeah, so the texturing, colouring and texturing will come after. We're not going to be touching any of that now. And the other thing is as well, with this, all of these lines and creases and stuff, they're going to act as like a base, if you like, for the textures, colours and things like that. So let's just bulk that out a little bit at the back there and increase that just here as well, and just bulk a bit more. So I'm just exaggerating some of the forms as well around the creased areas. There we go. And just bulk that up and just increase the volume on the leg here. There we go. So that's better. And we'll do the same here just on the shoulder. Okay, so that's good, all around there. So let's just move in towards the face. There we go. Let's just round that off. It's a bit too square under there for me. There we go. Just define that a bit more. And there we go. Okay, so now onto the last hurdle. Really simple stuff, as we did with the tongue. So we're just going to go and grab alpha 15 and we're going to use Z add, and we're going to bring the intensity up a fair bit. And let's see if we can drag some stuff out onto the surface. We're going to turn X symmetry off and start adding some little lumps and bumps just to finish this guy off. Okay. Let's do one on the ear there as well. And swing it round. Let's do a couple on this side. Again, this kind of detail is good to do, just to pick up sort of the surface of what's going on the creature. It's always worth having a look at stuff like this to do. There we go. So let's do a little cluster just on the front there. One on the lip. Let's do one on the chin just down here, that's good. And we'll zoom out and then just randomly do a few on the body. Okay. What else have we got? That one there as well. Let's just drop the intensity down. What I will do Actually, let's just drop that back. Oops. Let's just undo that. Okay, let's just go back up there. I think that one sticks out a little bit too much, I think, for my liking. So we'll grab the standard brush, won't do anything here, and we'll just squash him back just a little bit. There we go. Whoops. That's better. Yeah, that's more like it. Good. And then again, just go and grab the other one. Something's happened there. Let's have a look at that. Let's turn that off and sculpt that back up. Go in and grab one of our alphas just to put the detail back on that. Something happened there. Okay, where are we? There we go. So let's pop on Z sub, drop our intensity. That's better. Okay, that's much nicer. Okay, and then back to this guy. Let's just add as well. Okay, just going to drop the intensity there. Just make little groups of these. Let's bring it up a bit more. So you can see just by adding these extra kind of details and stuff that it really does add to the life of the creature and stuff. Just makes it a bit more believable. Okay, so I think we're pretty much done there. Just do a couple on the back. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to leave that there. That's going to be the final part done for the creature. Let's just hit P on our keyboard just to give it a bit more oomph as far as the character is concerned. And there you go. So that's the final chapter for our modelling and sculpting tutorial. The second volume we'll bring to you in the new year, 2013, and yeah, we'll get underway with some UVs and all that kind of stuff, and we'll show you how to transfer that stuff across to and from ZBrush in that as well. So I really hope you've enjoyed this tutorial as much as I've enjoyed making it, and we'll see you in volume 2. So thanks very much. Cheers for now.